Thank you for joining us at the Houston Community College Board of Trustees meeting. The meeting will begin soon. Please wait. Thanks.
Afternoon. This regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System will now come to order on October 18th, 2023 at
4:08 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. At this time, please join Trustee Eva Laredo for the prayer followed by the pledge.
Thank you, and good afternoon. First of all, we'd like to give our thoughts and prayers for Dr. Lyndon Gary and her family in the passing of her great aunt. So we keep you in our prayers. And I'd like for us to stand. Our dear Heavenly Father, we pray for courage, perseverance, patience, wisdom, hope, and safety. Give this board the strength and encouragement as we work for the betterment of Houston Community College. We pray also for world peace and self-peace. Protect us all as we go home after the meeting. All this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Go Astros. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, and indivisible. Thank you.
Now play ball.
Now play ball.
We are now ready to approve the minutes from the special meeting on August 2nd, 2023, Committee of the Whole and special meeting on September 13th, 2023, and special and regular meeting on September 27th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for special meeting on August 2nd, 2023, and minutes for September 2023?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
Sure.
Yes.
The August 2nd special meeting is included in these. Is there an explanation why it wasn't in the September package? I'm just curiosity.
Yes, Trustee Wilson, if I may address it, it was just an oversight. They just,
I'm sorry?
it was an oversight. They were just
Oh.
inadvertently left out of the minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, so you good with that, Trustee Wilson? You good? All right. Okay. We're now ready to vote to approve the minutes from the special meeting on August 2nd, 2023, and the minutes for September 2023.
And that's yes for me.
Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth,
Yes.
Okay.
That's yes for me.
received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
We will now move to our awards presentations and recognitions. Todd Duplantis will introduce the awards presentations and recognitions.
Good afternoon. At this time, we invite Dr. Mudasir Siddiqui, President of the Central College, Suzette Brimmer, Dean, Consumer Arts and Sciences, and Andrea Bonner, Faculty Division Chair for Consumer Arts and Science, to join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for recognition of Mrs. Carol Keating for her contribution to the Fashion Archive Project with the Consumer of Arts and Science Center of Excellence's Fashion Design Program at HCC Central College. Please come up to the dais. Again, we take this moment to express our sincere appreciation to Mrs. Keating for the support and investment in HCC and our Houston area students. Trustees and Chancellor, please remain in front of the dais for the remaining check presentation. We'll provide an opportunity for comments following the final check presentation. At this time, we invite representatives from Johnson Controls to join the trustees, Chancellor Karen Schmidt, and Dr. Mudassir Siddiqui in front of the dais for recognition. Today, we are honored to recognize Johnson Controls for their contribution in supporting the HCC HVAC programs and students. Thank you for partnering with HCC in support of our HVAC programs and students. That's Chancellor and trustees. Please feel free to return to the dais. At this time, we now invite HCC Foundation President Karen Schmidt to the podium to provide remarks regarding both check presentations.
Thank you, Board of Trustees Chair Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. As the president of the HCC Foundation, it is a pleasure to recognize Carolyn Keating. Recently, she gave a gift of $250,000 to help fund the Fashion Archives project at Central College. On behalf of the HCC Foundation and the Consumer Arts and Science Center of Excellence Fashion Design Program and students, Mrs. Keating, we thank you. We sincerely look forward to continuing this long-standing partnership. I would now like to introduce Dr. Mudassir Siddiqui, President of HCC Central College, who will share more about Mrs. Keating.
Thank you, Karen. As we know, due to some unforeseen circumstances, Ms. Keating is unable to join us today for the check presentation. She was very excited about the event, but she could not make it. We at Central College are deeply grateful for Ms. Kading's support for the Fashion Archive project. It is an honor to acknowledge Ms. Kading for gifting $250,000. The financial support she provided is critical to advance and sustain the Fashion Archive project, including digitizing an 8,500-piece physical collection currently stored at HCC Central Campus. The archive is a teaching tool for our fashion design students and will help expand digital access to local, national, and global audiences. A little about Ms. Kading. She loves Houston art scene and arts education. As a senior American smooth ballroom dancer, she amassed an extensive collection of performance gowns during her years of competition. Having retired from ballroom dancing, a friend mentioned that SCC had a fashion department that would accept the gowns for their fashion archive. After visiting SCC fashion design program, receiving a tour from staff at the program and the library staff, Ms. Kading was thoroughly impressed with the Fashion Archive project, which is going on at Central College. Ms. Kading Lifeblood is dedicated to creating a collaborative arts community in Houston by bringing philanthropic and arts organizations together to collaborate, vitalize, and further the imprint of the arts within Houston and beyond. On behalf of Central College Consumer Arts and Science Center of Excellence, I thank Ms. Kading for her generous philanthropic investment. Thank you.
And our students thank her as well. Thank you.
It's a significant contribution to a significant program, that there's no other community college in the nation that has a significant fashion archive. And I would just love to be able to invite people to be able to go see what Dr. Andrea Bonner and the folks have done there with the Fashion Archive program. It's impressive. Now, we've talking about, well, Dr. Flowers?
Well, yes, I was going to wait until the end, but since we're thinking, I want the fashion department. I see those faces out there. Stand up and be recognized. Yes, we thank you. Yes, thank you. You guys are outstanding. And, you know, you make this work possible, and thank you for being visionaries. We love you. We appreciate you guys. And Dr. Siddiqui, you're just an awesome leader here. And so I'm excited about this. And as Karen has said, we need to get folks out to come and see. And I look forward to having more traction over there with more folks seeing all the great work that you guys are leading. Thank you.
Dr. Flowers, I just want to say thank you for that comment, because you actually spoke on behalf of the board, because we ditto everything you said, so I appreciate it. Thanks. And thank you guys again.
And now to show the breadth and depth and scope of what HCC offers to the community, I'd like to be able to thank the Board of Trustees Chair, Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary, trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. As president of the HCC Foundation, I'm honored to acknowledge and thank Johnson Controls for their generous grant of $100,000 comprised of cash and equipment to support the HCC Central College HVAC program. We are grateful for their leadership, vision, and commitment. We are deeply grateful for Johnson Controls' support for HCC student success and honored to have the opportunity to publicly recognize them for their investment in Houston's future. I would now like to reintroduce Dr. Siddiqui, President of Central College. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. I'm deeply grateful for Johnson Controls' support of Houston Community College, and honored to have the opportunity to thank them in this event. Today, we recognize their investment in HCC which will continue to help advance our students in the HVAC program. As you may be aware, HCC is among 9 other community colleges who are recipient of Johnson Control support to HVAC program. Johnson Controls understand that education and available resources are the epicenters if students are to access rewarding, in-demand, and high-paying jobs. Johnson Controls' commitment to earmark $15 million to donate by 2026 to community colleges across the United States will also help HCC expand its associate degree and certificate program in HVAC, smart building technology, security, and digital disciplines. This new partnership will allow us to transform the trajectory and generational change of our students' lives by providing them with education skills necessary to be employed in sustainable, high-paying jobs. On behalf of HCC Foundation and HCC, we appreciate Johnson Controls' contribution to supporting our HVAC program and students. Your commitment inspires us all, and we are grateful for your partnership. Now, I want to thank Mr. Kevin Wong and Ms. Holly Villaseca and everyone at Johnson Control for selecting HCC to participate in Johnson Control Community Partnership Program. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Kevin and Ms. Villaseca with Johnson Control and invite them to say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. We appreciate the opportunity to come out and speak for a few minutes. Dr. Siddiqui took a little bit of my thunder. You know, HCC is one of only 9 institutions that we're partnering with across all of North America. And for me, as you know, a kid born and raised here in Houston, a graduate of Eisenhower High School, you know, been here all my life, it's exciting for me to be a part of bringing Houston Community College into the fold and working closely with the organization to drive opportunities for the young individuals in our community that are going to make changes in our society. You know, we talked about the HVAC and the things that we're doing with the students, but it's a lot bigger than that. If we think about what opportunities are coming across, really across the whole U.S. in growth in commercial and residential building growth, and just the shrinking of our expertise in industrial and manufacturing spaces, building that next group of individuals that can come in and really take on that mantle and take us where we want to go is going to be really important, and the students here are going to be a big part of that.
Good evening, trustees. We are incredibly honored to have nominated. What a wonderful, storied institution that is serving our great city of Houston. If we haven't noticed, Houston is a hot city, and we need skilled HVAC technicians to be able to come on and to be able to help cool down our city in times of need. And with this partnership, we're just excited that more kids are going to have the opportunity to expand upon their skill set, to give back, and to change their trajectory as far as generational growth and wealth is concerned as well. So we're honored to be a part of this, and we can't wait to continue to support. This is one of 2 or 3 more years of $100,000. So we're just at the beginning of this trajectory and partnership. And again, we're just happy to support our students here in Houston.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. We have a few remarks that we'd like to share with you guys. Mr. Vaughn and Mrs. Villaseca, if you can come on back. Yeah. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. You have the floor. Oh, yeah, so I'm happy to do so. I respect the order here, but I wanted to catch them before they moved away.
Yes,
You know, one, we're so grateful, and we appreciate being, you know, one of 9 that we were selected, and a $300,000 commitment over 3 years. We really appreciate that. And that 300 number rings with me because When we were just at our convocation, our chancellor shared a startling data point with us, and that there are 300,000 adults in Houston that have not graduated high school. And we've got to invest in the student journey to help them be successful and to find their way. And as you were saying, Mr. Vaughn, there's so much new construction and building and talents, but also we're at a place of climate change and sustainability and just understanding, what that corporate, social responsibility is and how all of us can play our part in helping to save our planet. And so I appreciate that. And then, Ms. Villaseca, when you talk about we're a hot city. Yes, we are. We're hot in terms of heat, and we're hot in terms of destination because everyone wants to be in Houston. So I just thank you all so much for your generosity in investing in our institution, but most importantly in our students and the faculty who are leading the way to help prepare our future. Thank you.
Thanks again on behalf of the board, Trustee Flowers. Good job.
Madam Chair, this concludes the award presentations and recognitions.
Thank you, Todd. We would like to take a moment to recognize our very own trustee and colleague, Dr. Prieta Venable Stalwart, who was elected as Secretary and Treasurer of the Association of Community College Trustees Board of Directors during the annual leadership conference held last week in Las Vegas, Nevada. Congratulations on such an accomplishment, Dr. Venable Stalwart, and we want to thank you for your continuous support. We can't see you. Can we see your face? Dr. Venable Stalwart, are you there? Well, anyway, we can applaud you anyway. Thank you for your continuous support of the community college and your unwavering commitment to lifelong learning in HCC. We know you will continue to represent HCC well in your endeavors and will continue to be a tremendous asset to ACCT's Board of Directors. Congratulations, Dr. Venable Stalwart. Okay. We will now open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, an overview from conferences or workshops attended, and or to recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education and community services. We ask trustees to please limit their respective comments to no more than 4 minutes. Trustee Ward Johnson.
Yes, I just want to say I attended the ACCT conference in Las Vegas, and I always think it's a great experience to go to the conferences and engage with other trustees and talk with experts in certain fields. So it was a great learning experience. So I was glad to be able to attend that.
Trustees.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to all of you, my colleagues, for the appointment to serve on the DEI committee at ACCT, and my term is coming near an end, but I thank you for the opportunity to lead and represent at a national level. It's been tremendous growth and learning, as well as great ideas on what we can do here, specifically when we're looking at closing the gap and doing more work, particularly with African American males here at our institution. So thank you all so much for believing in me and providing that opportunity.
Any other trustees? Trustee Laredo.
I too had the opportunity to attend a couple of conferences, and the takeaway from them is how important the community college is to the communities. And we had several students and CEOs that started at started at the community college. And so, again, just what we say here, it's up to us to open those doors for the community and to give that opportunity to people who now are our students, who no one believed in, but we did. So we need to continue that and continue giving and being that community college that's just there for the students and the future. So we had one gentleman that had a really great story, and And then he had to leave after he finished his presentation to us because he was going to meet with the vice president at his community college, because now he was one of the presidents of the community college. When he was started, no one wanted to offer him an opportunity because he was just a high school graduate that didn't have the score to go into the university. So his mom said, you go to that college over there. You're going to go to that college. He didn't even say which one, but it was that college. And so he says he remembers that, and now he's ready to give back. So that's what we're about, and that's why I'm happy to continue serving and just being here for you guys, because we're here for you. Thank you.
Any other comments, trustees? No? Well, I also attended the conference, and what I love about it is the collaboration with individuals from other community colleges. You can learn so much. You know, you can pick up best practices from other trustees from their colleges and bring them back to your institution and make things work, you know, because no matter what, we all think we have problems and there are no solutions, but in reality, there are solutions. When you talk to other people, you're like, they help you find the solution. Communicating with others help you find the solution. And HCC has been really privy to have actually 3 representatives on the HCCT board. Trustee Flowers, myself, and Dr. Vanderbilt Stalwart, which speaks volume for Houston Community College. To let you know, we're doing something right here, and we're going to continue. We're going to continue to get it right, and we're going to do it as a team, because this is one big team in this room. So I just wanted to comment. Okay, so if there are no additional questions, I'll move forward. The following meetings are scheduled for November. Committee meetings will be November 1st, 2023, beginning at 3 p.m. The Committee of the Whole meeting will be November 15th, 2023, at 3:30 p.m. Please note that we're moving the Committee of the Whole meeting to November 15th prior to the regular meeting, since the Committee of the Whole requires a quorum of the full board, and there's only one item scheduled for consideration at the Committee of the Whole for November. Our regular meeting will be November 15th, 2023 at 4 p.m. The meetings will be held at the HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, second floor auditorium, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. Now we will take this moment to express happy birthday wishes to Charlene Johnson, whose birthday was whose birthday was October 7th, that we celebrate the whole week, and she celebrates the entire month. So you can still wish her a happy birthday. And Dr. Adriana Tamez, her birthday is October 25th. So happy birthday to both of you, and we wish you many, many more wonderful birthday celebrations. This concludes the chairman's report. We will now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Trustees. I will begin my report with an update on our programs. We recognize that the availability of programs, courses, and services are among the primary reasons why students enroll at our colleges and at our campus sites. All of the presidents are doing innovative work in their centers of excellence. I would like to highlight 2 major initiatives today at the Northeast College Center of Excellence in Transportation Training and Technology, under the leadership of Dean David Vogel and President Michael Edwards. First, the Transportation Center of Excellence will be training students in the newest equipment for repairing and aligning autonomous, hybrid, and electric vehicles. The Center of Excellence will be offering 8-hour continuing education courses to CarMax, the City of Houston, and Harris County technicians for them to upskill for the future. The first phase of training will focus on safety and fundamentals for autonomous, hybrid, electric vehicles, and hybrid electrical vehicle safety. This training will prepare students and technicians for safety and potential dangers of working with high voltage components. The second phase will focus on safety procedures, basic diagnosis, and common repair. We've also been in conversation with Texas Southern University, the City of Houston, and other institutions, including Carnegie Mellon, to partner with them in AI, in training, and ultimate transfer of HCC students into their programs. The courses offered will be credentials of value for students. 60 students have already signed up for classes to start in October. A second programmatic area is aviation training via the Transportation Training Center of Excellence and Technology under Dean Vogel and President Edwards in aviation training. The program focus will be on aviation maintenance technicians to provide a seamless educational pathway for students to gain hands-on skills and theoretical knowledge required for a successful career in aviation maintenance. The college has a grant pending and has also submitted the application to the FAA for approval to offer programs in mechanics and airplane power plant. The program will focus on the fundamentals of aircraft systems, maintenance procedures, and safety protocols. Partnership arrangements are in place with Texas Southern University at Ellington Field, pending final approvals. Texas Southern University will offer a bachelor's degree in aviation management, which will be an additional avenue for our students to transfer. Partnership discussions are also under development with different entities to include major airlines, United, Southwest, and Spirit Airlines. Congratulations. So you've seen the information that is going on now with Central College as well, and the excellent presentations that were made. And so now we will go into slide 2, which you're looking at. As of Tuesday, our total fall 2023 unduplicated enrollment is up 3%. Our total enrollment is composed of our for-credit enrollment and our non-credit enrollment. Our for-credit enrollment is comprised of students enrolled in traditional degrees and certificates and is reported to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Our non-credit enrollment includes continuing education, English as a second language, our corporate college, apprenticeships, and community learning, to name a few. Much of our non-credit enrollment is not recorded by the coordinating board. Our enrollment growth is largely driven by our credit students, with an increase of 3.2% compared to just under 1% for non-credit careers, but that will change with the credentials of value. The next slide, here we've graphed the credit enrollment at the colleges. Note that we see marked increase at the 5 largest colleges with little impact to the enrollment of the online college, with the percent change rounding to basically 0%. Note that Coleman College enrollment is virtually unchanged with a difference of 13 students. Overall, this indicates a strong recovery of programs at our physical locations. Slide 4, HCCS's College and Office of Entrepreneurial Initiatives is dedicated to community investment, which is one of the strategic priorities approved by the Board of Trustees. These programs and services help start and grow small businesses throughout our communities. On September the 28th, the HCC Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses Program had an outstanding annual review with the Goldman Sachs Foundation. HCC is one of the top performing programs in the country. I think that it deserves an applause. With the current cohort, we will reach 1,000 Goldman Sachs small business graduates in December of 2023. On October 10th, 2023, the HCC Minority Business Development Agency graduated 22 small business owners in the HCC Export Academy, which is designed to help businesses grow through exporting goods and services. The next slide. During the ACCT Annual Congress held in Las Vegas this month, Ms. Retha Bell, a member of our board services staff, was elected as secretary of the Association of Community College Trustees Professional Board Staff. Professional Board Staff Network, and will serve as a member of the Professional Board Staff Network, which is the acronym PBSN. Ms. Bell will rotate to vice chair after serving on the executive committee and secretary. The PBSN is open to staff members of an ACCT member two-year post-secondary institution or state system of two-year post-secondary institutions who serve in the capacity of professional board staff, assistant, secretary, and or support staff. And so once again, congratulations, Ms. Bell. Congratulations to you. Now, it is time for a moment of appreciation as we listen to the United Student Council report, the Faculty Senate report, the First Staff Senate report, and the Credential of Value report. We will now hear from our Student Council representative, Igor Lucy. Mr. Lucy.
Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, Chancellor Madam Ford Fisher, respected faculty and staff. My name is Igor Lucic, and I serve as the president of the United Student Council. I'm excited to meet all of you here today and share some points and accomplishments that we've had and things that we plan to accomplish. I plan to speak on the following items: our HCC welcome video, our driver safety course, the October's General Assembly, and the American Student Government Association trip. For my first order of business, I would like to bring up the new student orientation video. I was able to work closely with Sharday Campbell, who was in charge of the strategic enrollment communications here at HCC, to develop this special welcome video that all new Eagles get to watch. I think it'll not only help inspire students settling into classes, but help them in joining in one of the many clubs and organizations that we have to offer here at HCC. Could you play the video? We don't have the video. I assure you it's a great video.
We'll make certain to forward it to the trustees.
Okay.
For my next order of business, I'd love to bring up the driver's safety course. We are forging a partnership with the Northeast Rec Sports and organizing a driver's safety course next Tuesday, the October 24th. We're working tirelessly to provide an engaging and informative event in guiding students in the importance of defensive driving. I think that's an important event because our fellow peers are not only students, but important members of a community and society. And as a whole, I hope this course can shape and mold them into safer and more courteous drivers. And these are two qualities I believe the Houston highways have been missing for quite some time. My next order of business is the October General Assembly. So this upcoming Friday, the October 20th, we are hosting our second General Assembly as a United Student Council. We've had some technical and timing issues in our first meeting, but I believe that they can serve as excellent learning opportunities for the meetings to come. I'm proud to announce that we have secured our first guest speaker, Ms. Christina Perez. Ms. Perez was proudly serving as the Director of Development here at HCC, and I believe that she'll be a wonderful presenter on teaching our officers how to work on collecting and reporting donations to the foundation. My final order of business is the upcoming American Student Government Association Dallas trip. I'm excited to announce that my fellow officers and I will be going to Dallas this upcoming November 3rd to 4th to attend the American Student Government Association, or ASGA, event. I believe that this will be an important event to not only grow as a leader for myself, but for the opportunity to connect with fellow officers all over this great state of Texas. Again, I am beyond honored for the opportunity to stand before you here all today to deliver this report. Being president of the United Student Council has been an exciting challenge, and I look forward to the impact that my team and I can bring to our respective campuses all around Houston. That concludes the USC October report. Madam Chair, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Ford Fisher, I thank you for the continued support that you bring us every day, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucci, for your report. Perhaps we can see your video at the next presentation. We look forward to that. And so, at this time, I would like to invite Faculty Senate President Dr. Jajon Grigsby to the podium to present the Faculty Senate report. Dr. Grigsby.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Chancellor, trustees, esteemed faculty and staff, and all community guests. Ladies and gentlemen, October is the month where we celebrate teachers and honor their work with World Teachers' Day, held annually on October 5th, also my birthday. It was a designation established in 1994 to commemorate the signing of the ILO UNESCO recommendation concerning the status of teachers, which outlines standards relating to, quote, education personnel policy, recruitment and initial training, as well as the continuing education of teachers, their employment, and working conditions. The original 1966 recommendation was then complemented again by the 1997 recommendation to specifically cover higher education teaching and research personnel. The theme for World Teachers' Day this year, 2023, is the teachers we need for the education we want. World Teachers' Day has sought to focus on, quote, appreciating, assessing, and improving the educators of the world. We, HCC faculty, find ourselves among those world educators, of course, and so the honor in this month is much appreciated. In our striving to be the teachers we need for the innovative education we want to give, our HCC educators are being honored specifically here at home this Friday, October 20th, at the 11th Annual Faculty Awards and Student Engagement Innovation Symposium, and their work will be on display. The innovative faculty presentations will address critical thinking, scientific method, interactivity in online courses, and attainment of credentials of value per HB8 by Dr. Mia Taylor, among others. The question will be asked, what do faculty need? Further, roundtables will work towards student success through collaborative learning and pedagogy. This week also marks the start of a new fall session. The second 8-week or F8B classes realized a good and full start this Monday, October 16, and our faculty are able to realize and implement their crafted innovations across the courses in response to student needs. We also have additional institutional resources and tools coming on board to support our classroom innovative efforts. The course production studios for faculty on campuses in all of our districts, in tandem with the digital access centers for our students and their success. We thank you for the investment in these studios and centers, and I look forward to seeing you again at the ribbon cuttings and open houses. These creative conversations and incorporation of new tools drive HCC faculty to continue to impact student success directly and lends our mighty support to the institution's drive for excellence under the new performance funding models. Our faculty also work to directly support each other. The Faculty Senate's annual Beta Check Orman auction event is scheduled to begin at 5:30 on November 3rd at West Loop campus. This year marks the 40th anniversary. The proceeds of the event fund professional development opportunities for adjuncts and assist faculty in emergencies through the Miller-Alper Emergency Fund. We accept donations, auction items, and would just love to have you in attendance. Also, we have 40 of these commemorative mugs marking the 40th year. Please contact Linda Graham. She is our BOA, or Bedichek Orman Auction, co-chair for any and all related information. But also, you can get further information on the foundation website. Everyone in this room, please consider yourselves formally invited. I'd like to now say thank you to our Chancellor and our Vice Chancellor of Instructional Services for opening up forums and town halls across the district where faculty and our partners can approach you both directly with inquiries about various of the issues that impact our work. These opportunities for such input and feedback are so special, and we thank you for them. Thank you both. And thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you on November 3rd.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bixby, for your great work and for your report. I would now like to invite Staff Senate President, Mr. Aaron Henry, to the podium to present the Staff Senate report. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Trustees, my esteemed colleagues and fellow members of the Houston Community College community, I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you today as the newly elected Staff Senate President here at Houston Community College. It is with a profound sense of responsibility and enthusiasm that I take on this role, representing the dedicated and passionate staff members of our great institution. As I reflect on the significance of this moment, I am reminded of the collective strength and commitment that defines our institution. Houston Community College is not just a place of education, it is a beacon of opportunity, a place where dreams are nurtured and lives are transformed. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that this legacy continues to strive. I am a graduate of Houston Community College, where I received my Associates of Arts, and I am a proud graduate of the Texas Southern University, obtaining both my BA and MA in history. I know the value of a good community college education, and I am better for it. I, along with my colleagues, work day in and day out for this reality to be all for those who seek it. In the days and months ahead, I pledge to work tirelessly to advocate for the concerns, aspirations, and well-being of all of our staff here at the institution. Together, we are the backbone of this institution with our faculty, and it is through our combined efforts that we create a nurturing and empowered environment for our students. Our mission is clear: to empower individuals from all walks of life with the knowledge, skills, and opportunities that will shape their futures forever. We are here to break down barriers, foster inclusivity, and ensure that every member of our community has the chance to succeed. I am committed to open and transparent communication, to actively listening to the concerns of our staff, and working collaboratively with our trustees, faculty, and administrators to make our college an even better place for all. We must embrace the innovation and adapt to the changing landscape of education while maintaining the core values that make us who we are. Our Chancellor, Dr. Ford Fisher, has sparked us this fall with the enthusiasm and dedication needed to move us forward during this interim period. The support and passion has created an environment that will continue to be efficacious in the years to come. I would like to also take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work and support of Dr. Kurt Ewan while he gave it to ensure that this Senate will be a reality for our staff and our institution. I would also like to thank the members of our staff design team, and I believe there are some members of our elected Senate that are here. If you would please stand and be recognized. In closing, I invite all of you to join with me on this journey, as together we can write a new chapter in the remarkable story of Houston Community College. Let us be guided by our shared vision, fueled by our passion for education, and empowered by our commitment to excellence. Thank you for your trust to the staff, and I look forward to working closely with each and every one of you in the days and years to come. Together, we will make a difference, not just for ourselves, but for the countless lives we touch through our work at Houston Community College. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Thank you. Very, 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 very powerful.
Fired up and ready to go.
Yes. Now, at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Norma Perez to the podium to highlight a student success story that focuses on our credentials of value. Once again, credentials of value is key to the House Bill 8, which is a new outcomes-based model to fund community colleges in Texas based upon student outcomes in achieving certificates, degrees, and industry certifications of value. Dr. Perez will present the credential of value story. Dr. Perez, please.
Thank you, Chancellor. Board of Trustees, good afternoon. I'd like to ask Mr. Durant Rose, would you come forward? Mr. Rose is our student that I wish to highlight. He is from Houston. He earned his Associate of Arts degree from HCC in 2010 after attending classes at our Spring Branch campus. He received his bachelor's degree in business studies from Southern New Hampshire University. He later earned a master's degree from Southern New Hampshire as well. And he's about to begin his doctoral program in executive coaching online through Liberty University. He is currently working as Senior Brand Advocate for Home Depot, a position that allows him to work with the company's suppliers and vendors. In his role, he works to help the company improve their sales performance at Home Depot as well as their online website. Mr. Rose earns $90,000 annually. Now, he was going to correct me, as you can see. Let me share with you one of the statements that he said about our instructors. This is his quote. The instructors that I had at HCC came from the professional world, not just the academic world. He says they had real stories to share, which helped me a lot. His goal is to return to HCC and teach in our business department. So as you can see, Mr. Rose is another example of an HCC student starting with a credential of value, an Associate of Arts degree, and moving on to earn more credentials. HCC changed his life and set him on the right path to success. Mr. Rose.
Thank you guys for having me. I do want to say that my time at HCC was probably the foundation of my process into going into education. I directly remember Dr. Lomas as being one of the people who challenged me and inspired me, as well as Dr. Lewis and Dr. Baskins, as far as mentorship and helping me see that there is a path to get to the next level. And I'd also like to thank Home Depot for convincing me that business degrees are worth it. And I look forward to going into this doctoral program and hopefully getting the opportunity to come back and give to students what I was given during my time here.
Congratulations, Mr. Rose. Good job. Great job. Great job. That's right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Perez. Dr. Rose, congratulations. You got a standing ovation from the podium, but you were not aware of that. So congratulations to you and to all of the presenters. We thank you, and we thank you to our board for giving us this opportunity. Madam Chair, this now concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. A citizen desiring to hear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the application for hearing 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens have signed up to speak. Therefore, we will now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda and to be set aside for discussion? I will take that as a no. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It has been moved in second. We will now open voting.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Okay. Please note that item C and item J will be considered after the closed and executive session. At the request of administration, item E, Lena and Michael Sabuni names facility recognition for remuneration is pulled from the agenda and will be placed on the regular meeting agenda for consideration in November. Also, please note at the request of the grievant, item H, review of level 4 complaint, employee 1, and item I, review of level 4 complaint, employee 2, have been pulled and will be placed on the regular meeting agenda for November 15th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve item A, elevator moderation and repair at designated HCC campuses?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Trustees, this item is being brought forward to seek authorization to execute a contract with the Prestige Elevator Services LLC, which is the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications to provide the elevator modernization and repairs. This is a rebid at designated HCC campuses in accordance with IFB 23 through 55. I invite Senior Vice Chancellor Marshall Hines to the podium to present, please. Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I think the Chancellor did a great job of introducing the item.
Okay. Are there any questions, trustees? Trustee Wilson?
It refers to a consultant that did the evaluation. Who was that?
I don't recall. Joe Gavin may remember the name. We don't.
Also, item D, I don't know whether it's a coincidence, has a Prestige building group. Is that the same as item A? The same company?
No.
Two different companies, just a coincidence in the similarity of the name? Okay.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it? That's it? Okay. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Trustee Flowers.
If you can, I don't know how much, I'm so confused in the process now in terms of how do we know in terms of minority participation. I see there's a 35% small business participation, but don't know if there's, I know things have changed in how reporting is happening or there's a new process. I'm still unclear, but if there's anything you can share in terms of minority participation.
Sure, be happy to. As part of the summary under small businesses goals, we have a target of 35% on all of our procurement items. This particular one is a certified SBE contractor and will be performing 100% of their own resources for this project.
So to be clear, I did see that. I do see that. I'm reading it here. 35% small business participation. So they're 100% fulfilling this contract, and there will not be any subbing to minorities, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay. If there are no further questions, we will now vote on item A.
And that's yes for me.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing, 6 in favor and 1 opposing. I'm sorry. Let me recall that vote. That's actually 7 in favor, 1 opposing. I apologize.
Thank you, Marshall.
Thanks.
Is there a motion to approve item B, building top signage at designated HCC campuses, project number IFB 23-44?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. Administration is seeking authorization for the interim chancellor to execute a contract with Hartman Signs, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications, to provide building top signage at the designated HCC campuses. I would like to invite Senior Vice Chancellor Marshall Hines to present the item, please.
Thank you, Chancellor. This goes back to 2013 CIP 2.0 project fund. We initially had the board approve a little over $6 million. I think it was $6.3 million for pylon signage, this exterior building top, and then also interior wayfinding and graphics. And this is the next phase of the project. This provides the new building top standardized signage at all the campuses, except for we're working with Coleman family and the Coleman campus, and that's not in this list, so that'll be coming at a later date. But this covers the other campuses. And the low qualified bidder, I believe, was $667,000. That's a schedule of 180 days.
Are there any questions, trustees?
Yes,
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair.
Excuse me.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, 1 second. Okay,
Go
we
ahead,
got Trustee
Freedia.
Wilson, Trustee Johnson, then Vanderbilt Stallworth. Okay? Okay.
On this item, since my wife owns a wholesale sign supply company and we sell to these people, I'm going to have to recuse myself on voting on this one.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Wilson. Trustee Johnson?
In the bid, it states that they'll be able to see the signs day and night. Because I know there was an issue with lighting going to the signs going to have lighting,
Yes,
and it's going to be on the side of the building,
yes.
facing the freeway, or have y'all decided where the locations are going to be?
You'll be able to see it during the daytime. You'll see the dark black HCC and yellow, and then at night you'll see it backlit with white, so you can see the letters at night. We don't have that today on all the campuses. So this standardizes all the graphics and wayfinding outside the buildings and makes them consistent.
Okay, do we know how much like the lighting is going to cost? Is there something else we're going to have to come back and have approved?
Oh, that's included with this.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth?
We did a signage agreement prior to this. How many of the campuses already have their sign?
The signage that we've already done are the pylon signs. These are building top signs. There's two different pieces of the same project name. So most of the campuses are beginning to have their new pylon signs that have the big reader boards outside, and they can run whatever message they want. These are the new pylon signs that go on the tops of the buildings, so you can see them from a far distance at night or in daytime.
And how many of the other signs have been completed? How many campuses have the new signs?
The pylon signs, I'm not sure the exact count. I would say roughly half of the buildings have them completed so far. There's a phase 1 through 3. We've completed all of phase 1, about half of phase 2, and moving into phase 3.
And how long will that take?
We'll be talking about that in closed session.
Okay, so these are signs that are going to be at the top of the buildings. Are these all going to be done at the same time, or what is the timeline for all of these buildings?
They have 100.
This particular sign.
This schedule for this vendor is 180 days to complete across the system. So 6 months.
Okay, so the other signs have not been completed. How long did they take? How long will they take?
The other signs, again, we'll talk about that in closed session. There were 3 phases with that. This is one single phase. And again, with the pylon signs, we did complete phase 1. Almost, I think more than half of phase 2 has been complete. And we're now going to talk about phase 3 in closed session.
Okay, so I guess this question would be answered in closed session too. Will we need to approve additional funding for the pylon signs?
No.
Okay.
We're
just wanna make sure.
covering all of the building top signage. We've covered all the pylon signs, installation included, lights, everything. And then we finished the design for interior wayfinding and graphics. And we'll be bringing that to the board. And you've seen all these signs in prior construction improvement report presentations, and we've brought different models, and then we settled on what we wanted and worked with a large group to help steering committee to work on this.
Trustee Laredo.
So this contractor, Hardman Signs, you said he's the lowest bidder. Is he the one that's going to do all the work, or is he going to be giving some of the work to others to do?
I believe they're a sole source. Let me confirm that. Yes, we'll self-perform 100% of the contracted work.
Okay. So just make sure that there's no conflict in the signs
Okay, thank
and
you.
the contracts. So, thank you.
Are there any additional questions, comments? Okay, so voting can now be open.
Sharon, it's yes for me.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 1 opposing, and Trustee Wilson recused.
Is there a motion to approve item D, exterior painting of buildings, West Loop and Spring Branch campuses, project number IFB 23-51?
So moved.
There a second? Huh?
Give me a second. I wanted to display the vote on the item B.
Oh, it wasn't, I apologize.
No, you're okay. System here is doing its own thing. 1 second, I apologize.
We didn't see the first vote either, Sharon.
The vote for the public on item,
All the votes.
on both of them.
This is the vote on the,
Which one
item-
is
This
that?
is item B,
Just the signage.
yes. And then the vote on item A.
Okay. Okay, yes. Huh,
I'm
we didn't hear a
fixing-
second.
Second.
A motion on the
It's
first?
D.
On
We're on
item-
D.
Did we get a
So-
motion?
We have a motion and a second. So now, we can open voting. Anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, D, are there any questions, huh? Oh, we're on C, I'm sorry, exterior
Okay.
painting.
I-
Y'all confused me
no.
going back to.
Item C is closed, is after the closed
Oh,
session.
so I'm
So
good.
we are on item D.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I said, okay, D, so what, I'm telling you, y'all taking me off of it. So we're on D. Okay. All right, so now, okay, you present. Dr. Ford Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. We are seeking authorization to execute a contract with Prestige Building Group, the lowest responsible bidder meeting specifications to provide exterior painting of buildings at HCC's West Loop and Spring Branch campuses in accordance with IFB 23-51. Senior Vice Chancellor Marshall Hines will provide an overview of the item.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor. This is a exterior painting project. It's part of the deferred maintenance project as we work our way down the deferred maintenance list. The total price is $230,000. This is an SBE 100% and performing all the work and not subcontracting any. Thank you.
There any discussion on this item? Any questions? Trustee Wilson?
I see the $50,400 adder, which brings it to the $230,400. Why did the rest of the bidders have an adder attached to their bid?
They probably did. If you, on page 2 of the summary, there's a listing of options that were taken, add alternate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 16, 17. And to stay within project budget, they were, and then on page 3, there's another 5 or 6 there as well. They all bid on it, and this is the low bidder that was selected.
Well, what was, I'm not following that. What was the adder for contractor two?
We don't have that. I don't have that information.
Well, what if his adder was 40 and this one's 50, then that would make contractor two low bidder. You know, how can we, I see your procurement man standing up behind
I was going to say, I've asked the same question many times myself. I'll let Joe Gavin express that, but we've talked about that. You want to come up, Joe?
Madam Chair, fellow trustees, just so you know, this is an IFB, so we always look at just the lowest one. However, we do research on if we're getting the proper costs on all the others. So some bid partial, some didn't bid at all. The procurement team does review that type of, to ensure that we're not, somebody might be bidding a low amount and then we're going after all the adders and they're very expensive. So we do that research in the background. But IFB strictly look at the lowest price on the base bid.
Also, there seems like there was quite a spread from 180 to, I just throw that last one out, to 720. That's that's quite a spread.
It is, and it could be many things. People didn't fully understand the scope, but you look at that top range. There's a whole bunch of them in that range. A couple of tens of thousands, close to one another. So
That's all, Madam Chair.
What's the acronym IFB for?
it's our lowest bid. So invitation to bid.
Oh, that's what it stands for, indication?
Yeah, invitation to bid.
Okay, invitation for bid, okay.
Any other questions, comments? No? Okay,
Thanks, sir.
thank you. All right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. We will now vote on item D.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Is there a motion to approve item F, personnel agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. The administration is seeking your approval to approve faculty contracts for October 23. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Izzy Anderson, Vice Chancellor of Talent Engagement and Chief Human Resources Officer, to the podium, and if there are any questions, she will respond.
Are there any questions, trustees? No questions? Okay. We will move to vote. That was quick, Izzy.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Repeat, please. Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth?
You had a question?
Received.
Oh, she said, okay.
Voting, wait, no. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
We will move to item G, report on capital improvement program. This is a report item, no action is required. Is there a consensus to accept the written report as provided in agenda material?
Yes.
All right. Okay, well, yes. Are there any questions? Trustee Wilson, go ahead.
I would like to have the report presented to us. I'm sorry, my fellow board members, but if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it if we had a report.
Don't mind.
Want to hear the report?
Thank you.
Okay.
Please indulge me on this one.
Okay, Dr. Ford Fisher, I guess you'll introduce the item for us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, trustees. Item G is an update on the 2013 Bond Capital Improvement CIP, 2013 CIP 2.0, West Houston Expansion and Resiliency Operations Center. I invite Senior Vice Chancellor Marshall Hines to the podium to entertain any questions. Mr. Hines.
I'd like to introduce Samantha Manharis to come up, and also she's the Chief Facilities Officer at HCC. This is her first presentation.
Good evening. Are we presenting the, okay, there we go. So first I'd like to give you the update on the Resiliency Operations Center. This project went on hold officially on September 1st, and we are continuing to research options on that project. The signage for Phase 1, as mentioned earlier, is complete, so that included Acres Homes, North Forest, the Northeast College, and Stafford locations. If you look on the chart from Phase 2, the Airline Automotive Center location has been completely installed. We are waiting for the power connection there. The East Side location has also been installed, and we are in a final permitting and review phase. The Missouri City location had to have a minor redesign because of a city ordinance there with regard to signage height. And the Spring Branch location is just about to come online. As mentioned, the Phase 3 package will be discussed in closed session as far as how we proceed with procurement on that phase. The North Forest Collaboratorium is currently in the design phase. There were some redesign needed across that just to accommodate a new location that was selected and to have some updated furniture. The Challenger project, including the View Corridor, the retail center demolition, and other associated satellites, is also on hold as of September 1st, pending further direction from the trustees. The View Corridor at Felix Fraga has finally been completed, including the punch list, so we are very pleased with the success of that project, and it's ready to be utilized. Culinary shell build-out has been ongoing in the construction phase and is anticipated to be complete early next year. The A-Leaf Hayes cosmetology project is completed. However, we are in some small punch list items and continuing on with equipment receiving. Food service projects are ongoing across the campus locations, as well as the vendor discussions as far as what that food service will look like when we have those spaces ready to be occupied. We are also looking at food service options for 3100 Main with all of the employees returning to the office. Acres Homes Reimagining Gateway enhancements are in design. We have updated renderings for those and have been working with the trustee and community to understand the needs for that campus to better align with the programs that they would like to see there. HERF-funded projects are very near completion for any that were not at the June 30th deadline. All of the payments will be closed out by the end of this month. The primary lingering projects have to do with the police dispatch and generator projects due to City of Houston permitting. Deferred maintenance projects are ongoing, and we will be asking soon to release the additional fiscal year 2024 projects. Are there any specific questions about deferred maintenance? I know it's a pretty long list. Okay. System-wide safety and security program, we are working diligently on the access control. As far as these are primarily based on card readers on line 1. Line 2 is talking about the manual access control. So we have been working with a consultant to expedite installing additional locks on all classrooms and other professional spaces that we need to secure in any type of security incident. We are also looking at IT infrastructure upgrades, including panic buttons and upgrading the PA systems across all of the campuses. The lighting project in the parking lots and walkways is ongoing and is in the design phase. I misspoke there. I'm sorry. It's been implemented. There are additional areas being reviewed for design. Any questions on CIP financials?
Trustee Wilson, any questions?
So what's the balance remaining?
Across all projects? Well, I know you were taking a deeper dive at it. That's why I'm asking. Sorry. Let me catch up. I didn't bring my glasses with me up here. So the total remaining is just for the 3.0, 252,000, and for 2.0, it's about $10.5 million.
Sorry, say that last again.
10.4 million for the 2.0 program.
Okay, Marshall.
I just want to make a clarification there for everybody too. The 10.9 million is including taking.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Mr. Hines,
It is on.
would you come to the podium, please?
Oh, yes. I just wanted to state that for these projects that balance too is because we're looking at the Challenger project and the demolition project. Those are all on hold, so that's why you see such a large balance left over as unspended or undedicated.
Thank you, Marshall. Okay, Trustee Wilson.
So if the board decides to reallocate that money for other projects, can we do that according to the bond covenant or the HERF money or whichever?
Yes, sir. That's one of our intents is to bring to the board some of the safety and security items to bring forward and use those as replacements for these projects.
Okay, and when you said that the jobs were complete, does that mean we have a CO or not? Or is it just?
When the project is completed, they're fully, got a certificate of occupancy and they're being used. They're ready to go.
Okay. On the Acres Home project, is that parking lot in front of the building property of HCC?
Yes. The tract, as you look at it from the street, and this precedes me, but the building was built at the very back where you see the building to sit. That's the back end of the property. It comes all the way out to Little York. What used to be, I think, a flea market parking lot, is some of it's still in place. And then we also own land all the way out to Shepherd to the west. So it's actually a pretty good size of property out there. It's just the building, they built it on the way back of the property.
Somehow I wonder why we built that building way back there instead of on the frontage of that, of Little York. And I think remember somebody saying we didn't own that, but then we must have bought it somewhere, or we did own it, or?
We own it. If I had to guess, and this is strictly my opinion of looking at the files a few years ago, a lot of that front area that you see is old, is in the floodplain. And we would have to raise that up, and we got a price 3 years ago that was, almost $2.5 million just to raise the parking lot and put the drainage in.
Oh, the parking lot's in the floodplain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about the building? Is it?
No, building's fine. And now we also have the plans that I-45 and TxDOT have put in place, and they've now moved it to the west a little bit, away from our automotive technology center. If you remember, we've talked about we're no longer going to have to give that up. But they're on this part of it, they're going up about 30 or 40 feet high with an overpass at Little York. and they're coming really close to our building on the east side of our property. So those are things that we're watching with TxDOT. But our parking lot is for the building, and the building are fine. But if we want to bring up that front area, we have to get it out of the floodplain.
One other thing, I saw some lighting project. I don't know whether this is appropriate. If it's not, just tell me. But we did those energy-saving lighting projects in here, and we were supposed to have these phenomenal savings. Do we have any data showing how spending that money worked out and what we saved on light bills?
That question was asked when I first came here, and I do remember that project. I actually got deposed like my first year about that project, so I had to learn about it. A lot of the money that was spent on that project, and the case has been settled, I understand, and council may have something to say about it, but the savings were not as robust as promised. I'll leave it at that. But I think that dates back 7, 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Been a while. And then there was another one before that, but there's been several of them. But anyway, as a board member, we're fiduciaries of the public taxpayers' money, and when we spend money, we've got to spend it, and we got to get a value for it and a return on our investment. So we need to be real cognizant and good stewards of the money, and that's why I'm asking a lot of these questions, because I don't like spending money if there's no value return.
We share your concerns and your values.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, that's all I've got.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Laredo?
Yes, Marshall, before you go too far. I just want to know, since, you answered this question that the money can be moved around, and I'm really concerned about the demolition of the Woodridge and the Challenger stem that the board had voted for a couple of years ago. And so before we decide to stop that project or hold that project and send the money elsewhere, I'd like for us to go over it again, because I've been having phone calls from the community.
Sure.
And at the last forum, we did have some community members that spoke up about it, because they had gotten word that it was not going to happen. And I know that the Challenger project started at the Frogger campus, and then because of lack of space, they decided to move it to the Southeast campus, which is now called the East Side. And so, and then we did put money aside. I mean, we bought that whole property there at the Woodridge Retail Center that cost, I guess, like $13 million back then. And then because we were going to build that Challenger Center. Now we have this building, this retail center that we bought, and that area across the street is a haven for our homeless population that are always looking for a place to sleep and hang out. And so we have been noticing, well, the community around there has been noticing that that's a prime location. We got everybody out, finally got them from out of those buildings, and so now it's sitting there. So the next thing, what happens when a building is unoccupied for a long length of time? So we're concerned. The community's concerned about it. And so if we promise the community something, we need to go through with it. And let's see how we can tweak it and do it. And so they want to have meetings with the chancellor and anyone else that wants to hear.
I appreciate the comments, and
Go ahead. Finish. Well, let him finish his.
I just said I myself have had many calls and comments from the community members as well. So administration will be back to you with some options, I think, in the future. And the programs are just on hold. I don't think anything's been officially canceled yet.
Good. Thank you. Oh, then you have Andrea.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Adriana.
Yes, good afternoon. I do want to reiterate Trustee Laredo's comments. I have met with the chancellor, the interim chancellor, and have expressed as well concerns when I came to my understanding that this was on hold, or that she placed this on hold. Having those conversations and understanding and taking into consideration the community who since 2013 has been promised a vision in regard to part of this bond, what that was going to look like in regard to that whole area in front, more green space, the visibility, all of that, and then obviously the Challenger Center came later. But I too expect us to, be really smart about this and understand that this has been in the works for many years, and it's easy to just snap your fingers and make a change and decide that ultimately we're going to just turn this around completely. And just like my colleagues worry about what's happening in your areas, we should be cognizant of that across all communities and making sure that we follow through, especially for this bond. I think it's been successful, this bond. I think we've been very smart about what we've done with this in terms of seeing it through to fruition. And I just continue, Dr. Ford Fisher, to trust that as we continue these conversations and we continue to meet, Southeast College is my college. I want to make sure that we are keeping our word to the community in regard to what we promised. So, and thank you. And again, it's just in terms of it being a win-win for all. So thank you.
Great. Yes, I will respond to that. And I thank you very much, Trustee Tamez. Trustee Laredo, you're absolutely correct. It really is important to keep our word. One of the things that we have been looking at is the research and discovery, and to find out just exactly what are the pros and cons, and what is it that you can look at in terms of making a decision as we move forward. As was indicated earlier, these projects were put on hold temporarily until we could examine what indeed this means for the community. I know that with credentials of value and looking at our community and the 300,000 that we made reference to earlier, how will what we do benefit all of the constituents of your communities in terms of providing them with the skills, with the opportunities to make a good living for themselves and for their families. And that's one of the reasons why we were looking at this. And then, of course, it will be, in the end analysis, the board's decision to make. But what we want to be will be good stewards as well, to provide you with all of the information that you need in order to make decisions as we move forward. And once you make the decision, there is no opposition. We move forward. But we feel that it really is imperative that we provide you with all of the data that we have, the pros and the cons, for you to then exercise the decisions that you choose to make as a board. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Trustee Wilson.
I drive by that Woodridge and 45 every day. My office is on the way. I've sometimes, and the fact is, I've got a little school and I teach electricians, and I drove by that and I thought about, what if we had each lease space as air conditioning, electrical, plumbing, and use it as apprenticeship programs in front? And there's just a bunch of other ideas that I think that space could be used that would be of better value to the college and the community. So I would like to take a look at that and see what the best use of our money is. And I'd like to put that on the table as having one to get apprenticeships at each one. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Trustee Tamez.
Trustee Wilson, I didn't think I'd ever agree with you, but in terms of workforce, a center there, and also visibility and doing something like that is and I know, Dr. Fisher, you had mentioned that being a possibility, but yes, as we look at this, I think in the end, for me, what's important as a trustee is that we keep our word to the community about that space and knocking those buildings down and doing something with that. If it's not the Challenger Center that we decide collectively to do, then what is that in terms of benefiting the college. I, for one, think the Challenger Center was a great thing, and could still believe that. But I do want to see those other options, and I wait for those. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. No other comments, no other questions. Thank you guys so much. The board will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required, in the opinion of the board, on any matter considered in closed session, such final action or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting of a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
5:45 p.m.
For those trustees joining closed session. Of the Board of Trustees of Houston Community College System is now reconvened at
7:02 PM.
You're on mute, Prieta.
We hear you. Okay. Item C, approval of construction project delivery methods of the exterior pylon monument signage phase 3 will be removed from the agenda until a later date. So I'll agree. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item J, approve the engagement of outside legal counsel for review of September 11, 2023 complaint?
So moved. A second.
Okay, so now we'll vote on that and then
No, we have
to offer an amendment.
we amend first. Okay. The amendment reads, approve the engagement of outside legal counsel for review of September 11, 2023, and any supplements to the complaint. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved in second. Now we can vote on the amendment.
1 second, and any supplements?
As supplements to the complaint.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
We hadn't started voting yet.
Okay.
She done masked up. She had
Okay. Improve the engagement of outside counsel, legal counsel to review a September 11, 2023 complaint and supplements to the complaint.
That's correct.
Okay, we're ready? I did. And Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth?
My vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
So that was the amendment, so now we need to vote on the item as amended.
Okay, we will vote on item J as amended.
1 second, let me make the as amendment to it. Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, this is a vote on the item as amended.
Yes, my vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6-0.
Okay. This meeting is hereby adjourned at
7. Are you ready for the adjournment?
Yes.
7:06 PM.
all right.
Thank you all.
We can
Did you sign the closed session agenda?
All righty.